All right. So today we're going to work on more of the damn the editor here, the node editor, the scenario editor. But um I don't know. Ah. Dude, what is this background noise? Let me check the monitor. That's weird. It's nothing. Huh. Oh, and I'm on the wrong. I'm like panned. Like Peter Pan. Still happening. I see it. I got rid of a bunch of stuff. Oh no. Mouth noises. Please excuse me. Hello. Gate. Gate. There we go. Compress. Taco. Burrito. Nacho. Quesadilla. What? All right. We're good. Boom, boom, boom. Do. Boom, boom. Okay. So yesterday we got these little icons going here. I was looking at icons for oh jeez, I have Reddit open here. I have icons going game icons, and it was it a Bolt? Can't remember. Was it Bolt I was doing? Was it electric? I think there was like an electric icon. Oh, I already got it. Electrical arc. Okay. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Doom, doom. Boom, 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 boom. So we're gonna get here we go. That's how we change the texture. So action node. Gear texture scene, we're gonna get electric. Here we go. Wait. Okay. All right. So hopefully we have a little electric icon now on the start. Oops, no. Pointing to the wrong thing. Did I not save it? Nope, that's that. Copy UID. Oh, we're using the wrong... Okay. I know what's going on. Action. We don't want gear texture. Electric. Texture. Instantiate. All right, reload it. There we go. Okay, so we got a cute little lightning bolt on this one and gears on this one. Okay. And I want to plug Jotson's game. Exclamation point Jotson. It's got a new game in the mailroom. Available for wishlist on Steam. You know what? I'm curious. I wonder if that'll work. Damn. Can we do a shout out through cruise control? Oh yeah. Twitch shout out. Give it a shot again, Sorrow. If you can. I appreciate it. There we go. So it says a wish list, and then it does a shout out. Okay. Should we shout out first and then do the... Mungalo, how's it going? We'll do it like that. Okay. Back to work. Now, what I could do is like when Mungalo comes in and says, hey, I could create an auto shout out list where I just have a big fat array that I go through. Mungalo, do you have any games that I should link to? Any Steam pages, any itch pages, anything like that? Woo! What happened? Keep it like that for now. Okay. Frozen, what's up? Happy Wednesday. Well, nothing I think is good enough to push on people. Not that evil. And current project itch page is not public yet. Working on sharing a new build with less jank though. Is it possible to have the blocks in the incorrect state? It's coming along, Munglo. We're kind of we're working more on systems, our mission editor stuff than the actual. I guess that's working on the game, right? Whatever you're doing to make the game is working on the game. So depends on how you look at it. But I can show you the current state of things as far as the game is concerned. Let me get rid of... just ignore the guy saying Jason repeatedly, okay? Ignore that part. And we have a race condition we have to deal with as well. That we're just sort of ignoring for now.
Jason!
But we have traffic going.
Jason!
We have that cop car just flashing back and forth, and Jason repeating is our... the working
Jason! Jason!
Everything's placeholder right now. The ship is not the ship. Is not going to be the ship in the game. But we've got traffic going and stuff like that. So so that's like basically it for like getting the core game elements going. Most of my time is being spent in this scenario editor thing that I'm building. We're gonna be yeah, I mean we have a basic player controller, and now I'm just trying to build this scripting tool for making missions, and I'm just trying to make one mission in 30 days. We're on day 17. the blocks could be connected incorrectly. When you say connected incorrectly, what do you mean? One thing I don't have is the ability to delete connections. Incorrect type of output. No, that's not possible. Shouldn't be. Let's check. Yeah, you can't. So we're already checking types when you do the connections. I'm responsible for all that stuff. So Godot provides the tool, the graph elements, and it tells you a connection is going to happen, and then you say whether or not it was successful, basically. What I do want to do is make it so when you have it running, if this is doing something, it flashes. If this one's doing something, it flashes. So that when it's executing, you can actually see what's doing what and when. But thanks for suggesting that, though. If you think of anything else like that, let me know. Okay, so for the area stuff and for object, let's see here. We're going to have the player character be the object. A rolling wheel. Oh, you mean like in the title bar or something? Gotcha. Okay, so we do have this data. This is all the objects that we're going to have in the game right here. So what we'll do is we'll make the player controller There we go. This whole time, nobody could hear me. Nobody could hear that there was a pug here. Nobody could hear that there was a pug here and that we were getting all kinds of love and attention and that there was all kinds of pugginess happening, or that Calvin was going crazy and unplugged everything. Nobody knew any of that happened because he unplugged the audio, and I didn't know. He unplugged the audio. We didn't even know. We didn't even know. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We done? We done? Pug ASMR? Should we do a Pug ASMR? Yes, he's extremely snuggly. They got such soft heads. The tops of their heads in particular are extremely soft. Like around their ears, the closer you get to their ears. Gonna say hi to everybody? Oh, big yawn. Oh, big yawn. Oh, making out. All right, buddy, I gotta put you down. Oh, I gotta put you down. You just want to sit. He wants to sit on my shoulders like a falcon. Okay, whoa, whoa, don't jump. You're gonna kill yourself. All right, we're back. Oh my god. Okay, well, I was talking about a bunch of stuff that I was doing, but nobody heard it, so. Ha! Essentially, this may be made up, but they were originally bred to be lapdogs to Chinese dignitaries warm in the winter, so they just stuck. I could see that. Forbidden programmer spaghetti. Ah, spaghetti. Yeah, I started adding. We got icons. We got so they're called actions. I think they'd be called events and blueprints. And then we have functions. And then we also technically have variables, but we haven't created any yet. Yeah, and so I'm working right now on detecting when an area. So we have this function here action called area. And we can pick what area we're listening for. And in our case, it's going to be the player. And we're going to listen for when it enters or exits another area. And we have different, the slot colors are different depending on the type of the value. And so you can't connect, like I can't connect this one here to that one. So we're getting there. But every time I start to create one of these, it's like, ah, shit, I have to rearrange, like, how am I doing objects? This is completely wrong now, kind of thing. So now we should have, oh, they don't have names yet. So we're gonna have, there we go. So now we have player controller and player area. So we could, in theory, add player area. Now there's some problems with this. Let's go ahead and, yeah, it's putting it in game. Yeah, there's a tiny bug here that we gotta fix at some point. If you have game open while you're editing, it'll add the elements to the wrong scene when you're testing it out. There we go. So this is this is also problematic, technically, because if we have player area on the scene tree, we need. But see, we're never gonna run. This is what's weird about some of this is some of this is only gonna matter at runtime because we're not running a sim of the game as Godot is running. So, not yet. I mean, we could, but I have to set everything up as a tool, and there's like all kinds of extra work you have to do because it would run in the editor that I just don't want to bother with. But being able to see the scene is helpful because that's where I'm planting different points and stuff like that. And when we have the city made, it'll be helpful to be able to see, okay, yeah, we want them to go over here. There's going to be a thing that happens over here. 4 guys are going to come out of here, like, and be able to look and see it is like going to be helpful. So we have player area. So if I add an area here, now it automatically selects player area because it's the only one available. But this would be a drop down of all areas that we could pick from. So I mean, we're almost there. We're almost there. Now this connection here is actually, I believe, what are we? Let's look. Big old fart for you guys. Was that audible? Did you guys pick that up? Is that a hot on the mic? Type object. So yeah, this blue here is for object. So it returns an object. So once we assign, so we need to track. We have this finished bool. We don't need this. This is some leftover from world object selected. So that's the object. Okay. And technically we can define the type. It needs to be an area 3D. So we'll just do a double check here. So if object is area 3D, then we're chill. Okay. Otherwise, let's assert, or we could assert ahead of time, so we don't need the if statement. Bum 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 bum. So we could just say assert. Because this must be true. So I assert that it is an area 3D. Selected objects is not area 3D. Selected object %s %. There we go. Okay. Is it possible to select multiple boxes and do the copy paste plus delete? Copy paste plus delete. Well, you can't delete anything in the boxes. As a matter of fact, right now, if you add an object, you're kind of like, well, it's there. There's no getting rid of it. I gotta go use the restroom. I'll be right back. No, presently you can only delete one box at a time. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. No music. Well, it's just temporary. I just haven't done the work to make it so you can highlight and delete multiple ones. Yeah, I mean, I can do that. It's just, it hasn't been a problem yet. And it's really because I'm not building anything too serious just yet. So I'm sure once I've hit that point, I'll definitely, change what I'm doing. This is shit. Let's change music. You are in a temple of peace and solidarity. You haven't pooped your pants. What are you talking about? There is no poop. So here I am thinking now. So how does Blueprints do this with variables, for instance? You haven't pooped your pants. There is no poop. What do you mean? No, it's fine. Objects such as lights, actors, meshes, cameras, sounds. Okay. Editing, renaming, public variables. To allow a variable to be modified from outside, make it public. Public. Some variables are public already for our needs. Editing variables. Renaming variables. My string. My taco. So I'm beginning to think what we were calling objects are variables, my friends. I don't think we need this thing at all just yet. I think this is going to be something completely different. Shit! Am I going to spend all day today rewriting something? Oh, okay. 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 You are a burrito floating in the space of time. Burrito. Time. 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 Burrito. You are a taquito. You are an enchilito. You are Taco Bell's value menu item. Label. All right, boys. Let's get serious. Stop dicking around, everybody. Left side is going to be an object. So this is what's weird. How are we going to do this, boys? How are we going to do this? Okay. Okay. So when we connect, we're going to need to set we don't need any of this shit. Objects. How do we handle this? And we don't need that. We don't have any of this. Previously on another world. Theirs was a forbidden love. Ours is a forbidden love. Okay. So now we're going to give it the object that we care about. That we're listening for. And that'll be, so we're working on variables. Fuck. Okay. Who would have thought this is what was going to happen, huh? Who would have thought? Who would have thought? We're going to lose. You're invested in this. I appreciate your feedback. We're going to lose is like, hell yeah, let's do it. Well, right now it's just me. But if I was theoretically working on this for something else, your feedback is very much appreciated. Huh. 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 Greg, did you end up getting sick from PAX? Or are you okay? I don't know if you're here. Let me see. Let's see. I was like a mom to Greg. I was like, don't forget you're airborne. Gregory, do not forget you're airborne. Translation says that the correct term for the input that I'm getting from the users of my online shop is bust someone's balls. That's to give someone a hard time. But generally to bust someone's balls is you're doing it in a joking way. It's like another term would be ribbing somebody. But to bust someone's balls is to like jab at somebody kind of mockingly. And it can be mean-spirited or it can be just a friendly thing. Yeah. If it's customer's feedback, it's probably not friendly. It's probably not friendly. Oh, God. So we have to... Oh, my Lord. Fuck. Fuck! I have to solve like 3 problems just to get this going. But once I have, I'll have variables. Fuck! Okay, well. So how does this work? Like in Blueprints, because what I'm thinking about doing is we have the variable, right? Let me just try. Okay, first of all, let me just try something. We're gonna try to not have a title on here because we want to try to see if we can not have titles. I'll explain it in a second. But a variables, we're not gonna have like, because we need the slots, but we don't need the title bar for it. There'll only be one output slot on a variable. Although you could set a variable. What's that like on a naming? Get nodes. Get nodes support a portion of the network with a variable. Once created, these nodes can be plugged in any node. Set nodes enable you to change the value of a variable. Note that these must be called by an execution wire in order to execute. So these are setters. Sorry, something that's incorrect. Input field's too short. Too many clicks to complete the order. Disabled categories not being marked with the icon on the products editor and so on. Yeah. Well, right now we're just working on get variables. Supply portions of the network with a variable value. So how do you, when you click on a variable in Unreal, I'm presuming there's an editor somewhere. So what we're gonna do is, what we're seeing right here, this is going to be our first actual variable that we're going to attempt to do, because the object one here, for our needs, for what I'm trying to do here with the player object, is way too fucking complicated to start with. Unless, well, you know what else? So I have this world objects resource. This is not a good name for this anymore. These are becoming... All right, let's try it. Let's try to remove the... So on the action node, we're going to get the title bar. Here's what we're going to do. var get title bar hbox. So title bar hbox container equals this. And then you know what we're going to do? We're going to free this mother effer. Qua free. We're just gonna try and delete it, see what happens. So if this works, there won't be a title bar on start, for instance. And ooh, we might have tutsim simulink. I'm not familiar with that. Tutsim. Let me see. Tut. Sim simulation software used for Tutsim. Oh, it's like a an electronics. Is this the thing that they use for designing chips for a while? Differential equations. I'm back at max download upload speed again. Nice, Nymphis. What was it? Or do you not know? More than what I pay for, and very nice. Simulink. The electronics one was Eagle something. Yeah, I think there's a really old piece of software still used today to design chips. I'm not sure what it was, but it got fixed after writing an angry email. Like, listen, you pieces of shit. You're going to deal with this right now. Well, that's good. I will find you. This collab games. I'm playing $45 a month. I want my bits. Okay, so that causes it to crash. So what we're going to do instead is... we'll just make it invisible. Good, that does. Weird. Let's try hiding the... Here we go. All right, figured it out. Okay. Okay. Blocks are going to be connected. MATLAB. You've heard of MATLAB too. Guys from my ISP did something in the ports, and now I have a choice bridge, so I can SSH to the server, but I won't be able to use my printer on the network device or router the other way. Yeah. Custom reward. Unknown. What is this, dude, I gotta get my notifications going. What's the charge? Shouting bacon? A succulent plate of bacon? Is that, I'm guessing that's recent event X it's referencing that I'm not familiar with. Okay. Okay, okay. So how do we do variable types? We're gonna do vector 3. Vector 3. Scoobity bobbity bit about it. Scoobity bobbity. Grabbity vector 3. Vector 3. Scoobity bobbity. Okay, over here. You don't need this. Okay, let's create a vector 3 node area. Create new scene graph node. Ooh, we can just pick graph node extended. I didn't know that. Sandy. And this is going to be graph node variable vector 3. Okay. And see, that's weird. It didn't attach the. It did not attach the extension. The class. And that's okay. Now we have it. Extension. Ah, we would create our own. That's right. That's right. Detach. Attach. Action grab. No, that's fine. Extended. Lurk, gotta run. Just keep the stream on. All right, nickname. Sounds good. We're gonna lose. So we're gonna lose. Where are you at? I don't know much about you. Where are you hanging out at? Where in the world is we're gonna lose? Where in the world is? They're all slots, update slots. This looks good. And then we have the type. Okay. Setting the type, that's fine. Type, graph node, scenario, graph node. Type is variable. And graph node variable is going to be vector 3. Type vector 3. Okay. Then we're going to define a slot. Variable. Yeah, if we play our cards right, we might be able to do this in a way where I hate this, but we might be able to extend graph node to just a variable graph node variable, graph node extended variable or something like that. And we just have a universal on this. If we say type variant, we could just be anything. Oh, but we can't be a variant type. Oh, shit. We could still do this dynamically, though. But for now, we're not. So we just have a slot on the right. Variable. All right. So now we should have this one. So we're going to copy this scene. UID. Put it in here like that. Do a quick reload. CET zone, gotcha. Okay, let's triangulate. Triangulating. Okay. It paints a very wide breadth of locations. I'm gonna say that you're in. Let me just. I'll pretend that you're in. Um. What's the place that's neighbors? You're in Morocco. I'm just gonna pretend you're in Morocco. Okay. Warsaw. Okay. Okay, so now we have our variable thing. So let's see. Variable. It doesn't show up in the list though. Let's double check our editor. Are we populating variables? We are not. Reloading. Oh. Oh, it's doing every single one. We only have the one though. Boop. Attempt to call start on null instance. Editor 66. 66. There is no start. That's fine though. We don't need it. What do we care about start? I didn't ask you to do start. There's start. I do not think we have, yeah, we don't have a connection to a function. Okay. So we don't have a add variable. So we're going to create that. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Mm-hmm. Invalid access to property. Create graph node resource on base object type graph node. Node resource. Let's see. Graph node resource. We have the wrong graph node extended. Oh, we need a name. Game 94. Event resource append graph node resource. Type 3 vector. That's because it's null. Graph node resource. Okay, that must mean that something about our... This is fine. Let's see, when were we hitting this? Nothing. Oh, it's not a tool. It's not a tool. Gosh. That's what was doing it. Might have to reload again. So our door handles on our car have been busted for a while. And there it is. there's the node. Hang on a second. Let's confirm. Yes. It's because there's no text in it. Okay, so let's add a label. Now this is the variable name. So this is not some generic thing, right? So it needs to be some sort of name, which means that we now need to have an array of variable types and their existing names, or a way to name the variable. But for now, we're going to say vector3. There we go. All right, there's our floating vector3. Let's go ahead and make the border go all the way around the top. So we're going to go ahead and choose this. And I think it's on panel. Yeah, we want a border of 2 on the top. And same on this one. Okay. There we go. Okay. So now we have a vec3 just sitting there. That's a variable, baby. Okay. So what we want to do is make this so we're connecting it to move to. Bloop, like that. So a few things is we need to be able to set the value. And we need this to be a connection instead of this little thing we can write in. And this actually makes a lot of things easier. Because now I can just set types of things and I don't need to build the interfaces for them. But what we do want to have happen is when you select a variable over here, we get the parameters that we can mess with. So maybe this goes away when you don't have a variable selected and it shows up when you do. That seems pretty rational. And if we choose object, then when we select object here, we can pick from our objects. How about that? This is working out. Okay. I'm feeling good about this, guys. This is coming along. Coming along. I love that I've found a way to sneakily work on something top secret right in front of everyone's eyes. This is great. I'll be right back. Thornity, it's pretty much true. I'm constantly, we're moving around. I mean, I'm in a different building now. So it's a wreck back there. D-Boy with a raid. I wasn't even here. Sorry about that. Do a shout out to Mr. D-Boy. Did you guys see Calvin's little feetsies? Mr. D-Boy, thank you for the raid. I'm sorry I wasn't here for it. I hope you're alive and well. Redstone, what's up? Everybody who came in, I appreciate it. I'm sorry I was AFK. We're working on a sort of graph node editing. If you've ever done blueprints, it's something like that, except that... okay, first of all, yes, I know there's something like this for doing GDScript. That's not what I'm building. This is more tailored towards the game that I'm making, not recreating GDScript. But anyway, so presently the system has something that we could call events, and we have functions, and now we're working on variables that we'll be able to hook into, like say right here for the position. There should be a spawner. Yeah, eventually we need something like that. Yeah, the Godot visual programming had to go back to 3.3. Why is that, Red? Yeah. I'm not a fan of visual programming myself, but for the needs of what I'm making, it started to make a lot of sense. So we're in the middle of getting variables going, and the first variable type we're going to try to do is a vector 3. Sounds like gatekeeping. Yeah, they don't support it anymore. You're right, they got rid of it. But why did you go back to what did you? But why are you on 3 though? That's my question. Why Mel models? But why Mel models? I wanted to try the visual scripting. Ah, I gotcha. I gotcha. But why male models? I think I have an idea. I'm having an apostrophe. Todd, what's up? How you doing? My head is in pain. Can you tell me a dad joke? Ooh, I don't know any. Like off the top of my head, they just come to you as a dad. Oh, man. I don't know. What? I don't know, dad jokes. Could you down to do a Cardbricks playtest on Friday? Hell yeah. Yeah, we could do, yeah, let's do it, Redstone. I'm sorry, Mr. D-Boy, I've let you down. There's only one way to know. So this is an input. So we go like that. We get rid of this. Okay, so now we just need to have a setter. So now if we reload, so now we have vector 3 here, right? So instead of so now if we add vector 3 as a variable, we can go like this. When we click on it here, we're going to have something show up here where we can change the value. Then we can just attach it like that. And then it's not going to say vector 3, it's going to have a variable name. Because right now, if I add another one, it'll say vector 3 as well. And obviously, this is a different variable altogether that I just added. So, but that's what that would look like. And then if we wanted it to share, the other thing too about variables is we can't do that, right? So I have to make that not possible, where you can connect one with the other. We also need to, there's a bunch of things we have to do. So we are officially hosed. This is probably going to be a 2-day process to get this going. But it's a significant thing because I pay in digital carats. How's the game coming, Mr. D-Boy? Are you testing it on your potato? Performance is even worse now. You want me to do, like, we should do, even if you want to do it offline, do you want me to take a look at it sometime? And just, like, maybe give some suggestions? It doesn't have to be, like, a content thing. Sure can do. Okay. Only if you want. I'm not saying I'm an expert or anything. Like, I'm not, you know, I'm not going to come in like a hot shot and be all like, here's what you're fucking doing wrong and what are you, an idiot? And all that kind of stuff, right? I'm not going to do that. But you may hear me go, there may be that noise, which I make when I look at my code. I would watch this, do it online. Man. This is especially weird, this thing that I'm working on, because it's simultaneously this here, what you see here, and then there's so much behind the scenes that is making this possible. That it's like... Vex, how's it going? So, on our variable, so we have get input. So we match on slot input. So we have object slot. So this is when we get a variable change from the scene. So this is a slot object, not slot object, what is it? Position. So when we get an input for position, which is vec3 here, then all we do is we take value and we assign that to position. So that's that. So now when this is something, it's connected, you know, like this, it sets, we receive that input and we set the value of position to that on that particular slot. Okay, are we okay? All right. So then on our variable, we need to be able to assign that value. This is where all kinds of hell is going to break loose. So conceptually, what I'm moving away from is so when you click here, we're going to show something here in the panel. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is actually hold a scene in... We're going to instantiate a scene and just have it exist. And then when we need it, we're going to add it as a child into here, okay? And that scene is going to be whatever the contents of this panel would be. And then we maintain and control it inside the graph node for the thing, whatever it is. Does that make sense? So that's what I'm doing. So give me some time. Everyone calm down. Now, this is an add-on that I'm making. And I may publish this in... and I'm trying to set it up so that the way that it works is... So here's the way I'm setting this up. Because I want to use this in the future for other stuff. Functions are defined by the person making the game. Okay? And same with the objects that you can pick from. So I'm trying to make that part modular for the game. Right? So then you plug the system in, you download the add-on, and then you just give it, here's the objects that you can talk to. and here's the game functions for my game that I want you to have access to. Does that make sense? Are we all? So anyway, so that's the way it in theory would work. Yeah. So, Jacob, you gotta get your Steam page up, son of a bitch. Is it up? I forget. It's not up yet, right? I could check. God damn it, Jacob. Every time you're in here, I could be promoting it. And you only have to publish the playable states if you're doing early access, for instance. So just get the goddamn page up. Even if there's no demo, just get it up so I can start getting wishlisted in. It's ready for the store page. Get it up. Get it up in front of everybody. We're all watching. Get it up. Get it up. What's the problem? Why can't you get it up? All right. What's it like on that movie, Waiting? I'm sure that movie does not hold up nowadays. That was like one of the last raunchy comedies before they all kind of stopped being a thing. Yeah, so I fixed the door handle. I replaced the door handle on... I got to do all 4 doors, which means I have to pop off the entire side of the door of the car. It was nuts. I was just like, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. And you have to like shim it and like... And it just like makes this cracking noise. Like you think you're breaking the damn door. You're like, oh my God. Yeah, because they were broken. You literally can't use them. We had to roll the window down and lift our hand out of the car and open the open the door handle from the outside. So not good in an emergency, that's for sure. So, but you have to remove the entire paneling, and in order to get to the handle to replace it. And it was only it's only $25 to get brand new handles for all 4 doors, if you're doing it yourself. So we're saving hundreds of dollars in you know, having a car guy do it. But it's kind of scary. And the power locks are broken, but those are crazy expensive to replace. The power locks are like $100 and something each to replace them. So we don't have power locks anymore, but it's just like, it's not worth it. The car is like, it's not worth the money to fix that part of the car, basically. But, and also literally our car doors don't lock right now on the ones that are busted. So we can't even lock the doors. Because the power locks don't work and the locking mechanism on the door handle is broken. So it's just like, well, hopefully no one steals anything from our car. But now we'll be able to do that, so it's exciting. SnowRunner? Yeah, I played it for about 2 days. But I love the idea of those games. I just never dedicated the time on them. Sorry, I'm picking a scab. Does that have multiplayer? I think it does, because I was trying to play it with my buddies. I couldn't convince anyone to play it. I was like, dude, we can go trucking together. Yeah. Now I've got blood all over my thumb. Come here, Cal. I gotta clean your ears. Not real friends if they don't want to go trucking with you. I know, right? Who needs enemies when you got friends like that? Who needs enemies? Okay. So on the variable, on the slot variable, so for instance with finished, let's look at object move to has finished. So when it's finished, here, set output. So that's all we do with a variable is we call set output. And anytime the variable changes, we just need to say set output. Pretty straightforward. But really, technically, we only need to call it once on ready for the actual game. So there will be a variable here called vector3, which is a vector3, right? And that's what we'll be sending on set output. And then the only time it's being changed is on that special scene that I was talking about. So what we can do is preload the scene. Now I'm using UIDs, but I think this is going to break when I export the add-on. If I shared this with somebody, because I'm referencing scenes by UIDs, I believe when you import the add-on, you're going to get different UIDs. So I don't think this is a good way to do it, but I am a fan of UIDs, the new referencing in Godot. If you don't know, this is something that Obsidian clued me in on. We do a shout out to Obsidian. If you don't know, you can preload by UID. And so what that means is, let's say you have a scene that you preload. Like a lot of people do that, right? You preload a scene in Godot, right? Copy UID. And then you go like this. You preload the UID. You know what this means? Do you know what this means? This means that if you change the path location of this, or the name, whatever, it don't matter. It still is always going to point to it. So if I suddenly just decided right now I'm going to move this over here, it's still pointing to that thing. Okay? All right? Anyways. You don't want to do that. You shouldn't be doing that. Is there a reason why you would do that? You want to avoid doing that. It's really important that you don't do that. Like you're talking about, that's a reason why it's hidden in here, right? The only way you see it is if you go into your actual file manager, and then you would see it here. But you don't want to change it. A big reimport. A reimport? No, it shouldn't change. A reimport. What do you mean reimport? Do you mean like a Blender reference or something like that? Like when you change an asset and it reimports? Is that what you mean? Like a PNG of sprites or something? No, it should still have the same UID. So it just depends. I mean, if you're being a bit dynamic with your project structure and you don't quite know where everything's going yet, or whatever, it's a good failsafe to use the UID because it'll stay the same. The only time I imagine it wouldn't is if you delete the resource and then bring it back into the project, then your UID will be broken. So technically I could use this for my resources saving / loading. No. No. Because that's outside of the Godot project structure. And I'll say it again, I strongly discourage using resources for saving and loading. Not because of the security reasons that some people say, like, oh, it can execute, code in your game or something like that, which is true. But because of how they reference the class, the actual structure of your inside your game's code, inside your game's project. So the thing about resources, if you save resources externally and you change the resource class, if you move where it is in the project, if you rename it, those two things will break the external resource. At least for this one. Okay. Just don't forget it. Yeah. I use configs to save everything. Yeah, I like config too. It's real simple. And it it actually makes it readable for the end user too. And so if they want to hack something, they can just change the variables in there. But it's more like old school PC games, like the INI file format, right? So for GraphNode, now we're going to have this concept of a panel. So there's the panel scene. But you'll be fine, Mr. D-Boy, if you just don't change those things. But it really locks you into your project's hierarchy and your naming for your class stuff. So if you, like, early on you're like, oh, I'm gonna call it this, and then later you're like, oh, I hate that name, you're kind of stuck with it if you've already published the game. Otherwise you have to write all this tooling to check. Like, it would be all this work to do serialization and deserialization to move it over to it would be a ton of work. Wouldn't even be worth it. But I'm not, this is just from experience. I'm not speaking from a level of like professionalism as far as like, oh, I've made X number of games and I've made $20,000 releasing my blah, 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 blah. It's not any of that. It's none of that. It's just 5 years of me dicking around in Godot, basically. This is preload the panel scene. Now we could have just a function. I could just give it. So there could be a set panel thing. So panel is absolutely going to be a control of some type. And I guess if we do it this way, we don't need to have this variable. We just need panel. Must be a constant path. And just to be safe, what we'll do is we'll instantiate and then we'll test. Assert panel instance must be... and we can yell about this. We don't even need it to be panel instance. We can instantiate here and we'll just assert. So we just want to be extremely clear that this is a control. So panel is control. Panel isn't control. Panel scene isn't a control. Okay. And now, instead of doing all this, we just say set panels, set panel, and we give it the path. Like that. So that should create our panel. Now our game is going to have, and this is something, set panel. This should do nothing when we're running the game. So set panel here, we should just say, are we in the editor or not? And if we're not in the editor, we say, okay, don't do any of this because we don't need it. I have about the same time of in Godot, Cricket, but you have like an extra 15 to 20 years of programming experience. Yeah. I mean, I have a lot of experience. Like I did database stuff. I did a lot of SQL, a large database. I just did a lot of shit. I really need to just get a game done. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me. I am a human being who didn't, I know. I think part of it is I didn't really have a good support structure as a youth. I'm going to blame my parents. Here we go. But I didn't have a very good support structure. And then the extended family that I got also wasn't very supportive. I'll say this. If you're expressing your dreams and you are capable of achieving them, and the people you're expressing them to shit on them, you need to, if they're family, you can't get rid of them, right? But you need to just acknowledge that they're not there to help you and move on. And it's like, okay, these people don't really want to see me succeed. And I can't understand that. I can't understand, because I'm not that way. When people tell me what they want to do or whatever, I'm like, fucking go for it. Do it. Do it. I'm telling them, like, but yeah, it can be kind of shitty. There's a certain, and I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is that makes people do that, where they're just like, all they can do is bring up every possible negative scenario for the thing that you want to do. But if it was like, oh, I'm going to mow lawns, they'd be like, oh yeah, that sounds great. That'll work. You'll be able to make money that way. And it's like, thanks guys. I guess I'll mow fucking lawns instead of like try to like actually do something cool and interesting. It's like, oh, well, how are you going to do that? Well, where are you going to get you? And it's like, I know all those things. You don't need to tell me them. Can I whip you if I want? Says Mr. D-Boy. Just do it. Vex is 100% right. With family, it's hard to be honest most of the time. I think what happens is it's projection. I think, why am I glowing white all of a sudden? What the hell's that about? What's going on right now? I just started like glowing white. I think it's from a sense of protection, maybe. I don't know though. But I think you guys might know what I'm talking about, where you're trying to share something. Like, it's hard enough doing this stuff because you have nobody that you can relate this to in your real life, most likely, right? Unless you have friends that are doing the same thing. But otherwise, you're alone. And so you're trying to explain something to somebody, and sometimes you just need to be a supportive ear. But it's been drilled into me that I can't do any of this stuff, and I'm never gonna. It's just like this ghost in my head. And I already have my lizard brain telling me, full of self-doubt already, right? I don't know. But I do have, I'm working on two things at once with this thing. I'll tell you that. And one of them is top secret. And it's such a good idea, I will not state it out loud. Because, it's one of those ideas. I'm not going to say it because it's like, it's too good. Not that, like, the funny thing about streaming is like, oh, someone's going to take my idea or something like that. It's not really going to happen. But every once in a while you have an idea and you're like, yeah, I'm going to keep this one under the lid. Fine. Keep your secrets. I don't mind. The thing I'm trying to describe is I don't mind if someone's like actively proposing like, okay, so if you want to do that, you're really going to need to do blah, 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 blah. Like, that's constructive, right? This is the hurdle you're going to face, and you're going to want to find a way to tackle that. That's extremely helpful. And like, it shows that you're listening to the person and you're trying to help build them up or whatever. But if the response to this stuff that you're passionate about and you're sharing with somebody and they go, well, like, how's that going to work? Like, well, how's it? And it's like, kind of like that. Then it's probably a good idea just to put that person on mute because they don't want to see you. They don't want to see Drive for some reason. I don't know. I made a friend when I moved up here. I made a friend, and I just stopped visiting him because he was just constantly, we'd share our interests and stuff, and I'd share what I was working on and everything, and he just always found a way to shit on it. Oh, no. That's different. That's what I'm talking about. That's the constructive feedback. No. That's not that. Don't worry about that, Jacob. No. That's not what I'm talking about. This is in this specifically. This is no. See, you're in the space that I'm in, so I totally respect all that. And one of the reasons why there are some grading, there can be some people that a little get on my little nerves or whatever like that. And if I was a different type of streamer, I'd just ban them or whatever. But I don't, because they have valuable input. They're a human being. They have valuable input, and we all have our things about us. And I know that people can choose not to watch me. But if I go around just fucking nuking people that annoy me or whatever, or just like, then it's just like, well, wow, a really good way to round yourself out here, buddy, But a lot of times that tension is really important, especially in this space, right? No, but I'm not saying that you're that either, Jacob. Just to be clear about that, you have never gotten on my nerves or anything like that. But yeah. No, and my blueprints thing is still, in my opinion, it's still basically unproven. The key to it all, what I'm trying to build here is that it's separate from, I'm making these really modular pieces. The things I need to be able to script and nothing else. That's what I'm attempting to build here. I'm trying to only build the things that I want to be able to create some sort of logic that is would normally be some code somewhere. Because I got to thinking about all these missions and shit, and I'm like, damn, if I have to code every single mission, and then I change something about the game stuff, what the fuck am I gonna do? And that's why I kind of settled on it, where I'm like, I need some sort of scripting thing that can survive my refactoring of code and all this other stuff. And so for me, the function calling is move to is if I tell an object go here and how it does that changes, it doesn't matter. I'm always going to tell it go here. So that's the modularity I'm trying to bring to it. But no, I 100% get it. Fiero, what's up? And I absolutely appreciate the feedback. So one thing about the variable, so we need the variable names, but we're not worried about that right now. So we have the set panel thing. What we're trying to do is set the panel. But yeah, I mean, I think that's one reason why I stream too, is because I'm trying to find like-minded people in here. And I know I can deliver. I know I can deliver. I made that InnerTube game in 30 fucking days, and I just exploded that thing out of my brain. And so it's I know when the muse strikes, I'm just I can do this. But I am extremely limited in terms of art and all these other things. I'm just I can't do that stuff. And maybe it's just I just need to try. But I'm averse to spending too much time on something that I think somebody else could do better than me anyways. I'm very interested in Blockbench. Your suggestion of Blockbench, Jacob, is one of the reasons why I'm pursuing this game in particular. Because I think that the way that the material process works in Blockbench in particular is really nice. And I don't believe you really have to worry about UV in Blockbench the way that you do traditionally. I think it takes care of that pretty well. But no, I mean, this is still, in my mind, this is still unproven. And I keep breaking it because I keep, once I get something going, I'm like, okay, cool. But now I need this or whatever. And then it's shits the bed again. So this panel here, I was talking about making it dynamic, but for now we're not going to. If we click off of something, if we don't have a node selected, it'll just be empty. And if we click on a node and it doesn't have a primary panel, it'll be empty. Let me do a shout out to Fiera. Fiera's, speaking of delivering, Fiera's fucking just going ham. All these new people, Fiera and Conrad, coming in, and they're just like, I'm going to make a game. It'll be the first one I make, and I'm going to make it, and it's going to just happen instantly. Look at me. Son of a bitch. Nah. Same with Mr. D-Boy. Although Mr. D-Boy has a lot of experience. I think Fiera does too, so it's really just, it's a me problem making a game that actually I put out there. I have really struggled with, like, what is the game I want to make? Like, that's what's fucking me up. I'll be totally honest. Because it really seems like with Mr. D-Boy, with Fiera, with Conrad, with Practical, like, it's like they're making the game they want to make. And with Jacob. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, what is it I want to make? And I don't even know. Like, I don't have the thing. Like, I don't have the, like, dream game theme. I mean, I guess if I was to be honest, it would probably be a Metroidvania, but that market is so fucking saturated. Like, Super Metroid is absolutely one of the all-time games for me. But I think at least with this, I'll walk away with something I'm going to be able to use for a bunch of other stuff. Hopefully. I think I'm going to take a break. There's a video I'd like to watch. Let's see if I can find it. Here we go. Just make a game, not the game. The game will come eventually. Yeah. Construction guy came to the door, but I don't know. I've been making games for a while. I've found good, like, inspiration from playing other games, and I just keep a big list of ideas that either age well or don't. Why is this not making sound?
Okay, so the footage you're seeing in the background is from a game I made with 6 friends of mine over the course of 6 months. It's essentially a cozy open world game. We originally made it for the Safe in Our World game jam, where it actually won Best Game Design, but then we decided to polish it up and put it up on Steam. Now, I want to talk about how you might achieve something similar, how to make a small indie open world game this isn't a technical breakdown. It's more of a design retrospective, a light postmortem maybe, but really it's best to think of it as a list of helpful tips and some advice to follow. So what worked for me is not going to work for you, that's fine, but the advice should be broadly relevant no matter what kind of game genre you're making your open world in. So the most boring part of any video, definitions, but
Right.
I promise there's a good reason I'm bringing this up. So if you just Google open world game, that generic Google AI result is gonna say open world games are video games that feature large explorable environments where players can freely roam and pursue objectives. I would hesitate adding a single line on top of that. Definitions here are going to be pretty slippery. Open world means different things to different people. Some might consider larger hub areas to be open world, others wouldn't. And honestly, gaming audience ultimately decides what these terms are and not us. So instead of getting bogged down in definition, I say don't worry too much about labels, focus on building the kind of world you want players to explore. If it's a large piece of environment that doesn't require a crazy amount of loading screens, I think you're safe to assume this is an open world experience. One more thing to mention is, do you really need to make an open world game? I think this is the first question you should ask yourself. If you're making a narrative heavy or exploration driven game, you could still achieve those experiences in other formats. Linear levels, hub areas, or small interconnected maps, environments such as the way Dark Souls, the original like Dark Souls did their level design, can totally work. So ask yourself, number one, why does my game need to be open world? Number two, is open world the only way to deliver the experience I want players to have? So that is key. I feel like the answer most of the times is not really, but spend some time on this question before committing, because making an open world game is technically, and I would argue emotionally demanding. It's a
So the reason why I'm watching this isn't necessarily that I'm making an open world game, but I am persistent. I think that's the word I'm going to look for. It's a large, persistent world, and there's going to be a linear aspect to it with like a set storyline and all that kind of stuff. But I do think that I'll have like emergent sort of things in it.
a lot of work.
So there'll be like a lot of post mission moments where you do something and then you go and you're going back to like the headquarters or whatever, and there's other things, other places you can go and so on, and during those moments there are things that you could do.
So make sure you truly want to do this. One small note on this, I keep seeing this pop up on Reddit where people are like, I started working
Persistent
on my
open world is hard.
fantasy game, and I will bet you money every single one of those.
Well,
times.
but I'm not I don't mean it in the sense of again, I'm a large persistent world, but open world has this implication that there's like a million things you can choose to do, and then they all sort of like kind of interact with each other in some way or something like that, and it's like a sandbox, and that's not what I'm necessarily doing. It's not that, but it's still large and there's still like things,
times that
and some things may be available after other things happen, and then some of them may go away after other things happen.
game will not release. People in the indie space can treat open world game design in a very intelligent manner, such as Alba or A Short Hike, or they could treat it in a very dumb manner, which is trying to make Skyrim by yourself. So please don't do that. It is a miserable experience. Number one, for a small open world game, the movement system is probably the most important thing you can focus on. Players will spend most of their time moving through the world. If movement isn't fun, nothing else will matter. For example, in our game, you explored the island on a bicycle. We nearly spent 2 months making sure the biking felt fluent, responsive, and replayable. So within a 6-month development cycle, we spent 2 of those months polishing the bike to perfection. Because, at the end of the day, if somebody boots up your game and does none of the exploring, none of the story, none of the collectibles, none of the content in your world, and just moves that controller around and it feels great, then the chances of them spending more time in your world just increases. For our game in specific, also, we made it physics-based, which introduced small variations every time you moved, because that's just the unpredictable nature of how kind of physics works in games. Whatever system you choose, make sure it's amazing, whether it's walking, running, diving, driving, flying, or biking. So there's a lot there to do, kind of feel empowered to explore all of that. Even a simple walk cycle can be tuned to feel good. Avoid tedium, make sure pacing, speed, stamina, acceleration, all of these tools you are using them in a clever way. Make sure it feels right. The only way you're going to know how something feels right if you playtest it to death. So definitely do that. You want players to just have fun moving around if there's nothing else to do in the world. So I feel like that should be the bar for excellence for that. Step 2, limitations. In a context of open world game, we're talking about physical constraints and limitations. So here's what I'll rant a little bit about. I don't recommend procedural generation for indie open world games unless you just using it to populate details like trees or rocks. It usually ends up eating time without producing the handcrafted feel that makes world feels memorable. Obviously, there's a caveat to this at all times. There's some guy out there who's a procedural generation genius, and he'll just, I don't know, make a whole world in a few days. From my experience, that is unlikely to be the case. The procedural generation rabbit hole is a massive one, and once you go down into it, it could get your entire project stuck and reliant on that tool. So I think it's a pretty dangerous one and you need to be really careful for. Now, in terms of physical limitations, there's a reason why so many indie open world games are set on islands. Islands naturally provide borders, helping you scope and design the game more easily. But any natural border, cliffs, oceans, skies can work. The key is defining clear limits so you can focus your design space. Expansion is always easy. I mean, there's nothing easier in game development than making something bigger than expanding things. So please start small and contained. I've been guilty of this so many times. I don't care how experienced you are not above that advice. Number 3. So there's this saying in the tech world, it's called KISS, which means keep it simple, stupid. I'm not a big fan of abbreviations, but this one I think is excellent. And another one I would use for open world games is keep it small, stupid. So it still falls on the KISS word category. When we first started, our world was 10 times bigger than you see right now in the background. It was bloated, empty, and boring because I wanted to do this thing where going from point A to B, I want it to take like 5 minutes. I want you to really absorb the visuals around you. And we just...
Something else about designing an open world game is... Oh, Jesus. I can't even imagine. Like with something like this, there was like a little ghost that he ran into, but the developer knows to turn and look there to see it.
As we were testing, we just found...
So like... path, like man, analytics and heat maps and like to know that, and you need a larger audience to know like how people are playing it and shit. Oh my god, I can't even imagine.
One of my teammates just cut the world down drastically to just a few landscape blocks in Unreal. Suddenly everything clicked. Within 2 weeks we had a polished open world. And the reason why I say it finally clicked is because when your world is way too large, you kind of like, it's just too overwhelming and too much to work with. So actually like start small and then expand from there. And if you think the design space can handle further expansion, go from there. So please just start small. So step 4, Once your game is scoped and your movement system is solid, you need points of interest, things for players to discover. These don't have to be icons on a map or checklists objectives like a lot of AAA open world games. There's nothing wrong with those games and those design systems. They're just trying to achieve something different than what us indies are trying to do with open world games. Points of interest, they can be collectibles, characters, unique locations, or environmental landmarks, which is basically we're talking about the content of the game. Think of yourself not as a god creating a world, but as a tour guide leading players through it. When you place points of interest and how far apart they are shapes the entire mood of your game. In our game, we placed mushroom collectibles so that whenever you picked one up, you could always spot another in the distance. That design gently nudged players to keep exploring. Great open world games like Breath of the Wild mastered this technique. Skyrim does it excellently. It's that feeling of over the hill, what's over there, because I could see something over there. So whatever points of interest you have ties into my next point, which is number 5, pacing. You need to pace them out. Pacing is crucial. In cozy games, pacing often revolves around the concept of home, a safe, familiar place players return to. Think of a farm in Stardew Valley or the island house you start in Alba. Our game didn't have a literal home base, by the way, which a lot of cozy games do, but the small island itself became home since players were always circling back through the same familiar spaces, and the island world is small enough to achieve that. Home is not the only aspect of pacing content away from each other so that it's worth going from point A to B. Instead of putting two NPCs next to each other, you kind of want to space them out so that traversal could be utilized best. In other genres, pacing serves different purposes. Dark Souls and Elden Ring use it to balance danger, tension, and relief. Empty stretches before a big boss fight are deliberate pacing choices that build atmosphere. I think Elden Ring does that pretty masterfully.
Rural
Whatever
Italy
your
sim.
genre, respect your player's time. Indie open worlds are often shorter experiences, so don't pat them out with
Sicily
unnecessary
Simulator.
collectibles or filler side quests. A handful of meaningful activities will always be better than hundreds of repetitive ones. Step 6, game feel. Now, I admit this is an extremely vague term, but essentially it's how satisfying actions feel, whether that's movement, combat, dialogue, or exploration. For a cozy open world game feel might mean lush environments, responsive dialogue, or smooth transition between interactions, but honestly, this could apply to any genre. This isn't something you finish early or recognize early on. It's something you polish iteratively throughout development. Prioritize the feel of actions that matter most to your games, though. So if I have a combat game, if I have an action game, then combat is the most important thing. In my opinion, if I have a narrative game, dialogue is the most important thing. If I have a horror game, the atmosphere and immersion of being guided through that level
There's
and how
weird
it's guided,
stuttering
the
in this
lighting,
game,
and
though.
just everything kind of like is pretty important for a horror game.
Like, it's like every...
So it's truly gonna depend on your genre. For us, it was making sure exploration felt alive through collectibles.
Yeah, there it is. It just did it.
And environment polish. That was
I can't tell if it's the
most important
camera.
thing for us. So if you play our game, the story is quite basic because that wasn't the entire point of it. We definitely tried to make it good, but we had our limitation of what kind of a game we're trying to make. So that's kind of like my list of rough tips on how to make a small open world game. I hope these insights were helpful to you. If you like more of a technical breakdown on how we actually built this world in Unreal Engine 5, let me know.
Tiny
Thanks
whiny
for
island.
watching.
Let's see
Consider
how it's doing. $3, 6 months, 7 reviews. Ooh, that's too bad. Beat it in an hour. Just about. Well, we beat it in about 2 hours. Plus game if they're not using strict FPS and forcing recording software. Gotcha. See, this artwork here that they're showing here didn't seem to be reflected in the game I was seeing. Like, these look like claymation kind of things. It's hard to read though. That I see. But when he was playing it, I couldn't even tell that was the art style. I'm not a fan of how much motion blur there is going on, and the bloom is... I don't know. I feel like this trailer was made... The game he was showing... It's a lot of bloom. I think it's Unity. But it does maybe have that Unreal. Oh, it looks great. I mean, it looks amazing. I'm not saying... But these screenshots seem completely different than what I was seeing in motion there. Like, this looks clean. Like, I can tell what I'm looking at. And it reads like a little world, like a little model world. Like an episode of, what's the one with the dog? Wallace and Gromit? It'd be interesting to just make expansions on this that you're not the mailman, but you're somebody else, a different character in the world, and you have like different objectives or something, and just build the world out. But anyways, rough around the edges has some. They said Unreal. Oh, it was Unreal. It do have that Unreal vibe. That Unreal blur. Stop motion, yeah. The characters look like clay, and the world looks like little models. The art's fantastic. Everything about it looks really cool. It seems like it's priced right too. I almost wonder if it's priced too low though, and people, I don't know. But okay. So we were talking about. So we set our output on the variable. Now, could we just refer to this value instead of basically having it duplicated in here, where we say slot position equals value? Could we say whenever we need to get the value from variable, we just have a get and a set? Set output's pretty... And it won't change. This is not a setter variable. We can't set this variable. It's just a static value that we're going to set. So if we just refer to the variable in our other object, and we say that this input points to type vector 3, and then we have a lookup but in our case it would be like this. Position, and it's just value. It's always value. And then we say here slot position value, but we still need to On move. Object move to. Update all slots, get input. Object selected. So we don't have the move to. So we do need that. Or do we? Go to position. So in this case, we say go to position value. Like that. Maybe that's how we do it. And then if we do that as a rule, so this is what I'm thinking is we extend our extension. Jesus Christ. Boolean, what's up? How you doing? Just shout out. So in that case, we don't even need to run set output because we presume that anytime we need to get the value, we already have a connection. And we know that connection exists. Do we have a way of getting So when the connection happens, get input. Active. Position value. This is the variant value. Graph node vector. Let's think about this. So it would be on the connection. Let's see. Connect node. So we don't have a signal for the connection of the node. So that might be, these are overrides. It always comes through as an input. So if we would know when the connection happens and then we set output from a variable, then when we get input, we could get the connected variable. But I feel like maybe this is... I need to think about this. I'm focused. We're trying. It's going. Still on the refactor Boolean. I don't have you marked as a streamer, Forrest. Oh, you don't. Okay, you're not streaming. What are you working on, Forrest? Feels like every day I'm refactoring. It's like every day I'm like, oh, we're gonna completely rip this out. I'm building an entire system that didn't exist for this thing, so it's quite a interesting world that I'm in. What, Colin? How's it going? I'm tired as F, but otherwise good. What about you? I'm alright, I'm alright. Okay, well, let's get it so that when we select a node, the panel shows up. So we can have a function called show panel. And I believe graph node gives us a heads up when we're selected, right? Nope. Comes from graph edit. Of course it does. Node selected. So we know just by point of fact that if we're a graph node, our parent is graph edit. So we're going to do this in an awful way. This is horrible. Fuck. Okay, that's our parent. And the reason why I'm doing this is because of how Godot signals work. We want the signal connection to be built on the node, not graph edit, because then we get a bunch of hanging chads that we don't want to have if we free the node. Oh, thanks for the heads up. So graph edit has node selected. Node Node selected gives us the node, which we don't really need to care about because we are the node. But we still need to get it here. And then we do something to show the panel. I'm making it. It's not a Godot thing. Because I've lost my mind, Colin. Thing that sucks about it though is I am using Godot's UI for it because they have like a graph node system. So I'm in Godot's UI world, which is a little bit of a hellscape you know, there's like things I have to do that is the Godot way that I might not have, but yes. And it works. I keep adding to it and breaking it. So we got functions going, and now I'm getting variables going. Before that, we could just type in the values we wanted in the areas that we wanted to have be a variable. But now we're setting it up so that we can actually connect a variable to it and then set it that way. No, the graph node system's been in since Godot 3. I don't even know. It might have been longer than that. It's been there for a long time. It's just nobody really uses it. It is used, the shader editor is the same thing. This is the graph node system, graph edit. So this is literally what I'm doing. It's the same exact thing. So their visual shader editor in Godot uses it. How'd they get these guys in here? How'd they do this? I want to be able to do it this way. I have this up here. If I could put it in here, that would be even better. But yeah, it's an add-on so that I can put it down here, basically. So the way that I'm setting it up is while the game is running, we can have the game running, you know, in a window here or in its own window, and then I can change. In real time, I can change one of the scenarios and save it, and then we, you know, hot reload it. The game's running. We go, okay, it's been changed. Here it is, and then you can just try it out, kind of thing. How about you, Colin? How's life treating you? I hope things are going good. Let me do a shout out to Colin. But I'm not trying to, I know that there's already a plugin in Godot to do GD script this way, but that's not what I'm building. And Colt knows that I have ulterior motives for all this too. So I'm killing two birds with one stone with this thing. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the pate. Just recovery, chilling. Yeah. Be right back. finished Outer Wilds yesterday. Before you dive into Hollow Knight, you're doing the new one? I'm secretly doing an open world MMO FPS RPG. 100%. All right. Okay, so we have this panel over here. So in our editor, we have, it is this here, this object. So it's a scroll container, and we can hide it, right? So when we click on it, we could just show it. That's probably not too hard, right? Especially if we can call, if it's a static, if we can just call it. And then we just want to change the contents of scroll container. So is scroll container a part of our list here? No, it is not. Okay. So we'll go ahead and expose that. Costco. The thing that I'm working on though is fucking it's what's involved in it is bonkers. But I don't think that I'll even tell you guys once I get it ready and it's up and it's selling. Is it that wild? It's just I figured out some things, and it's pretty wild doing it. Yeah, getting a lot of stuff that it's like I wonder why no one's done it this way. I keep wondering when am I going to hit the thing where I'm like, oh, that's why, but it's not happening. Cricket Lang. No, that's not what we're at. Yeah, it's not that. No thanks. How did they get up in here though? Because I'd like to be able to do that. See, I think they're doing some crazy stuff that graph frame. Special graph element to which other graph elements can be attached. Graph frame. Is this it? Menu. Here it is. So this is this right here. Okay. So I could throw these inside of menu instead. Don't worry, I've got that going. Don't worry about that. Okay. So I think we'll still keep this panel here. And how do we throw in? Because I could, if we could throw it in as... no. This is fine. And do we need scroll container? Yes, but it doesn't need to be static. What we need is... Okay. And I guess we'll call it info panel. And it's panel. And it's going to be a control. Okay. And it has to be the static. So we do need the static. Do we want to queue free it? No. We just want to remove child. We don't want to free it. It has to stay in memory. So we're just removing every child, and then we go ahead and we add the other panel as the child. Okay. That's pretty straightforward. So now we have show info panel. So when we click on one of these, which comes from Graph Edit. Ah. Nah, but see, it's a signal. Every time we delete or add, we'd have to... we don't want to do that. Node selected or deselected. There's nothing about being deleted, though. Remove node is happening here. Is there anything bad about setting up a signal at a parent... okay. Do we have to disconnect the signal when we go to remove a node? Before we go to remove it? So... let's see, we don't even know that a node is being added here. These are all the signals from the... God, I hate this shit, man. We have the node. And frankly, we know that every node is graph node extended. Okay. So then we can say selected node is graph node extended. And now we can say editor show info panel node panel like that. And then we need to check on, so we can get rid of the object item list. We're gonna hide it for now. Ooh, except that that's gonna break. Hang on a second. That's gonna break. This is gonna break some stuff. We won't need this soon. Oh my god, this is huge what I'm doing. Oh lord. This is gonna make so much easier, but fudge. Okay. Fuck. Fuck. Ah! It's fine. Would it be weird if I worked on a little mini thing for my daughter? If I took like an hour break and made something quick, for my daughter, for class, for learning Japanese. So in Montessori, there's something called a 3-period lesson. Let me see if I can find an example.
Hi guys.
Give me a second here. I'll find a better video of it. Okay, well, I can explain it. 3-period lesson is for what's nomenclature in Montessori. It's generally in the younger age groups. It changes as they get older, but initially it's a very specific thing. Okay, so here's how a 3-period lesson works. Generally, there's some thing that they're learning, and so you have, let's say it's geometric shapes, and you'll have 3 geometric shapes in front of the child, and you're going to define what they are. This is a sphere, this is an ovoid, this is a cube, right? And so you introduce each of those things and they say them. You say this is a sphere, and they go sphere, and you go this is a cube, and they go cube, and you go this is an ovoid, and they go ovoid or whatever. Is the ovoid 3D? I don't know. Anyways, so you introduce those 3 things. Johnson! Exclamation point Johnson. There we go. Wishlist Johnson's new game, The Mailroom. Experience the horror of trying to find who Pepe Sylvia is. Who is Pepe Sylvia? Find out. All right. Anyway, so you introduce the vocabulary. That's the first period of the lesson. Second period of the lesson. So 3-period lesson is very fast. Okay, fast. And you only really do it when you're confident the child's in the state to pay attention and to nail it. Okay. But anyways. So bam, 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 vocabulary. This is this. This first period is this. This is, and then you say what it is, and then okay, so they do that. Second period is show me. So it changes, and you say, okay, show me cube. And they're like, it's right here. And you go, cool. Show me sphere. And they go, okay, it's right here. And you go, cool. And then you go, show me ovoid. And they go, okay, it's right there. And you're like, cool. Third period. You go, okay, third period is what is, okay? So then you say, what is this? And you point to the ovoid, and they go, that's an ovoid. And you go, okay, what is this? And they say, that's a cube. What is this? And they say, that's a sphere. So basically, I want to create a version of that for Japanese vocabulary, and hiragana characters and things like that. I don't think I'm going to do it right now. And describing it, I don't really want to work on that right now. It'd be super fast, but it would be a digital version of that. Yeah, it's based on science of learning, so it's a very specific way of learning. It involves 3 different levels of like recollection. What is actually a very hard question to answer unless you have true understanding of something. So on the spot, like for instance, if you're learning, say, the continents, right? It's the first time you're learning the names of them and all that stuff. And the next day in class, they go straight to, what is that? That involves total recall. So you have to have like a full recall to be able to do that. And so sometimes as you're drilling things in over time, you just kind of work on the show me. And then they can use deductive reasoning. They can use knowledge that is already total recall. And they can go, okay, I know it's not this. I know it's not this. It's probably, oh yeah, that's right. It's this one. And so it builds their confidence up, and then eventually you get to the show me. Like show me becomes like full, like they got it. It's actually for a child too. The show me is a very hard with something that's new to them. It's a very big proposition for them. It's a huge like thing for them to be able to get to that point in early, like 3 to 6. Anyways. Nice. How is the wish lists are going good? God, I have this little scab that's driving me nuts. Anyways. I'll keep working on this shit. 132 first day. Pretty happy with that. That's really good. Yeah. I'm still working on the getting something finished. I did do the InnerTube game. That was from start to finish. I did that whole thing. Really proud of that. I know I can do it. It's just we're just chipping away, boys. Chipping our way downtown, walking fast. Is this, Jocelyn? I feel like this is one that you probably had some good, a good feeling about. Did this one feel different, like from a confidence perspective? Like, because, you don't really know. You have your hopes, but it's kind of an unknown. But was this a little bit more like, I think this will do pretty, I think I'll get a better response. I don't know if it makes sense what I'm asking. Because I've described, as an outsider, when you see certain people's stuff, this game feels different from dev standpoint. It feels like it's making itself. I have no confidence in how it'll sell, though. Yeah. That's basically what happened to me with the InnerTube game. It was like possession. I don't know how to describe it, but it was like the game told me what it was going to be. It was like, I was just going, and it was like, okay, now this needs to happen. And I'm like, yes, sir. Here's what we're doing now. Yeah, I guess, yeah. Those are the easiest projects to finish, 100%. Okay, so now we just have the vector, because that's the only type that we have now. Okay. So bring in vector. We really want, we need some way of knowing where to place the node when we first do an add, because it just kind of puts it in the 0, 0's position. And I guess we could kind of just look at where are we and put it right in the center, or find an open space or something. I don't know. Let's see. It always puts it up in the 0, 0. The canvas for Graph Edit is infinite. It just goes on and on. You could use Graph Edit to build out a like one of those idea board things, those infinite canvas things where you just like plop shit on it. I tell them to make it'll make 100% sell well. Right? This is a game I know I can see to the end. Whether or not it'll do good, I have a giant like, huh? But then there's this thing that I'm working on with my daughter where I'm like, oh, I think this could do really well. So the logical part of me should probably just embrace that. But then I have to share revenue with my daughter, guys. That'd be real shitty. Like, oh, okay, this is your allowance. I'm kidding. Child labor isn't free. Okay. So here's what I'm trying to do here. We want to have a reference to this variable as it is. So it's a set. It's a get. It's not we're not setting this variable. So basically we're going to be able to have variable get and variable set eventually if this matters enough. But for now it's just a variable get. Okay? So when we make the connection, all that matters is telling this object that is waiting for a referral to a variable what the variable is, and from then on, whenever it needs that value, it just has a reference to the variable and it goes, okay, that's the value. I know it sounds like I'm describing just making a variable in code, but this is it's a system, right? So it's like, it's a whole thing. The daughter was the brains of the group all along. Yeah. The problem that I'm having working with her is scope creep. And that's coming from me, okay? But every time I sit down with her, I'm like, today we're working on this thing and we're going to narrow this thing down. It's sort of like is an inverse funnel. And it's just like, it's an upside down pyramid of like, well, what if we did this? And it's like, no. We're trying to bring it down. It's always an issue when working with those idea guys. I know my friend is getting into game dev, one of my friends. And he's like, we could work all together as a team and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, dude, just do it on your own. Like, I can tell you just from the small amount I've tried to work with friends on games, unless they've made games themselves, you don't bring a bunch of people who have never made a game together and say, let's make a game together and have anything, any good results. I see in the indie space, I see in the real indie space, not the games that get marked as indie but are actually have a huge publisher behind them. I see in the indie space very small teams work, like 2 guys. Like, you know, you got your FTL dudes, you know, that kind of thing. And you got like, you know, Spelunky was like a 2-man team mostly. Not counting music. The classic duo, artist and programmer. Yep. Yep. Designer, programmer. Yeah. First games will still be shit. This is true. Okay. So show panel. Hell yeah, Greg. I'm down. Greg's well, I don't want to make any public declarations for Greg. All right, boys, we're going in. I'm breaking everything. Here we go. Full steam ahead this year. My year being September 1st to the 1st. PAX is a mega motivator. First week of my new year, but also all of my projects are 1/3 of the way done already. Yeah. So we're ripping out what we were calling objects completely. Objects no longer are a thing. A variable can be of type object. So this is going to go away here. Ooh, nice. We have an error on line 69. Nice. Nice. Null instance. This is before. And this won't happen on ready. This is on extended. Oh, this is all because it's a tool. We can ignore those errors. All these errors we can ignore because they're tools. And we're not checking for in the editor, so we're just going to ignore that. Node selected on null instance. So these are real. I believe. Let's try again. So we're doing it on init, which is probably too early. So if we can say graph edit, let's double check editor. Graph edit is that is a static. Okay. So we can just grab that from Okay. Let's try reloading. First, we'll clear this out. I'll load. Still shitting the bed. Invalid access. Okay, so now we're getting a bunch of other. So 16. Position offset. This is weird, right? But we're moved all. This is all in the right spots. GraphNode start. Property or key. Okay. Some of these we're going to ignore, but if we click on it. No? Okay. What if we add? Clear that out. Let's add. Previously freed. What are you talking about? It's because we're not in the scene tree yet. But even this isn't going to work. Because ready fires... So really what we want to do... Okay. Calm down, Cricket. Let's go over here. We can do it here. Yeah, we have the add node. We have a reference to graph edit, which we actually don't need. Oh, yeah, we do, because of how we're... So after we add child, then we can do the connection here. See, the graph edit node selected, connect, and then we want the graph node. Like that. And actually, it's graph node panlay. And graph node connects. It's callable, but is control. Right. Fuck. Hate all this. I hate all this. This is fucking horrible. Oh, God. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. No. Hang on. Gotta go. Have fun implementing everything that's needed to make this as powerful and elastic as possible. I need a cheater head start. Cheater. What's Okay, we're not yelling. Hey, we did it, boys! Yeah, boy! Okay. The camera froze on us. So now we need to handle null. So now, like an MC, right? We need MCs. MCs need to come back, guys. We need positivity. God damn it. Where's that 90s positivity? We got to get that shit back. Come back. Everyone's fucking nihilistic and pessimistic and God. We got to have something, guys. We got to have something. All right. So, show panel.
Huh?
You want to know something funny? I don't even know why this is working. No, I'm kidding. Or am I? Okay, hang on. Let's go over to the editor. Where did we do this? Show info panel. So this is what should be firing. Where is this getting called? Why is this even working? I'm looking at the code. I'm like, wait a minute. Node selected. So we're doing it here. But what's causing node selected knows about it? The shadow knows. It was working this whole time. I didn't need this. Let's get rid of this. Where is the thing I'm getting rid of? It's up here. We don't need this shit. Yes, I can when I need to. I don't really need to right now, but yeah, you go into your project and you say arg and you just run a -e on that mf'er. And now you can run the Godot editor in the Godot editor and set breakpoints in your add-ons and stuff like that. And you can also see the Godot scene tree, the actual Godot IDE scene tree as it's constructed. Yeah, it's pretty cool. So you can look at you're looking at Godot and you see they're doing something and you're like, how are they doing that? And you can just, run it in itself and then just set a break and be like, okay, what's going on here? And check it out. Yeah. It's Neato Mosquito. It's helpful for debugging this stuff sometimes. But I wasn't running into anything where it was like I needed it's more just like so show info panel, this is what we were talking about over here. Add child, remove child, and this is blah, 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 blah. So we're grabbing the panel. So we just needed to check if the panel doesn't exist. So this is panel, show info panel, add child, remove child. So really we should, what should we call this? This is on graph edit. Show info panel. So if the panel's null, that's the check we'll do. So no matter what, we'll remove everything. All the children. If panel's not null, then we'll add the panel. Otherwise, we're not going to do anything. That way, if we haven't assigned a panel for the thing, it clears out, but it doesn't show anything. So let's just confirm that that's the case. So if I click here, it'll empty out. But then if I add a vec3 and we throw this in, yeah, see, just clicking on it, we see it here, and then we click here, and it goes away. Okay, so now we can set up interactive panels here. So now I have X, Y, and Z values, right? So now it's up to me to tell it what this is doing. Okay, so now we have to... So the panel is always existing. We're taking on and off the scene tree as we need it. But whatever we're doing in here, we still need to connect signals and things like that, or inputs. And technically it's a signal in Godot because it's a GUI input, right? So we have to do signals. Just have to. It's just how it is. So when we put in the numbers here, we also probably want to put in as it's being typed. If it's a number, we're not. If it's not a number, we're gonna yell at you or not allow the input to happen or some shit like that, right? Is the editor UI also done with Godot UI and GDScript? So Godot. The Godot itself is using Godot. Like, so the editor and everything is basically like a Godot game. Except that I'm pretty sure, I haven't looked into it too much, but I'd be very confident that the majority of it is just using engine hooks to make everything happen. It's not using GDScript, but I've never really dived into that. I would hope to God that it's not using GDScript for the majority of this stuff, right? But yeah, Godot editor is like a Godot game, basically. It's what's interesting though is you'll know that something is being exposed, like the animation editor. There's things that are exposed. There's things that are exposed in the IDE that it lets you know, oh, this exists, but there's no API calls for it. But I know it exists because I see it here. So you're like, that's in the engine somewhere, but it's not. It's only being exposed in the IDE, but I can't access it through like API calls or whatever. So that's especially frustrating when you see that. Like, oh, this is really useful. Oh, I can't actually grab it unless I either submit a request like, hey, I think we should have this, and then it's 2 years of a back and forth. Or you do it yourself and you submit a pull request, and then it's 3 years of back and forth. So those are your options if you see that. All right. So now that we know we can do this, so we have the set panel function on our graph nodes. So set panel just says this is what's going to show up in here, and you can give it the scene that it's going to use, right? Okay. So, but now that I'm doing this, I'm thinking, oh, we actually need to be responsible for the like I need to instantiate this and know about it in this world here. Yeah, I would assume you'd have more access to that with like GD extension, but nobody wants to use that. I will say PK is using GD extension. PK 420. Is it 402? PK, what is it? Does anyone know who I'm talking about? A criminally underviewed Godot developer. PK, I always make fun of him and say, let's blaze it, PK 420, let's blaze it. Even though his username isn't 420. And now that I make fun of it so much, I don't actually know what it is off the top of my head. The underscore? 421. But the way they did this API is pure insanity. Yeah, so I've taken, for actual Godot game development, I've taken towards, like, this is totally not how I would make a game kind of thing. I'm favoring more and more like a monolithic structure. I'm favoring a single load screen and prefetching whatever the hell it is that I need. So I end up in Godot land, I have a lot of like you're doing it wrongs where I end up with like a ton of orphans and stuff, but it's because I'm handling it all. And then also I've just discovered a lot of things about performance with Godot. Especially with texture references. If you're not careful, like, I imagine if you're managing your everything in a single Blender file, you might not run into this. But if you're using assets, for instance, from someplace, every single texture is its own reference, even though they're identical. And so then what I end up doing is going through all of making an import script in Godot, and then unifying all the textures to reference the same one. and that'll drop your it's crazy what it does to your video RAM. So like, for instance, before I was doing that, I had a bunch of assets from the same, you know, creator, and my video RAM was like 16 megabytes, and then I unified them to point to the same texture in Godot by using an import script and all this craziness, and then it was like half a meg. So a significant change in that, and the game literally doesn't change the look of the game or anything. But if you're on a potato, it's night and day. It's a huge difference, especially if it's if you're on a virtual, like a virtual GPU. It's not a, what do you call that? I don't even know what you call it. Okay. So now that we've done this, what I was talking about is we actually need a reference to the panel. I believe we have a reference. That panel gives us a panel. Yeah. So we have a reference to the panel. Yes, we do. So now we can connect our signals and all that stuff on the panel. And now we end up always devil like if you were on a potato, because the other players will absolutely be on one. I 100%. I'm behind that belief 100%. Any major, I cannot think of a single indie title that has, and I'm not saying that I would make this indie title, but if you look at the ones that have exploded in popularity and like have huge numbers, they run good on practically anything. But that's where my philosophy has changed on all that. It's more about habits than it's not about premature optimization is the root of all evil. It's about, do I eat a cheeseburger or a salad? You make that choice every time you decide how you're going to make the game. Valheim. But Minecraft could run on anything because of the Java. So I still think that it's valid. But yeah, Minecraft's performance issues are a little weird because the initial development of Minecraft and what it became and its performance are totally two different things for sure. But is Valheim, like, what is the popularity of Valheim as far as like? Because what I'm imagining, when I say that, I'm thinking of like an Among Us or like a Stardew Valley, that kind of thing. It had to be rewrote from scratch by MS. Yeah. But I remember when Minecraft first came out, when it was still in beta and everything, it could run on anything. And that's really when it exploded. You could run that on like anything. I remember my laptops could not run Minecraft. When was that though? Because in the early days, it felt like it could run on anything. Among Us was also terrible on release. Yes. Yeah, it was. So Among Us is an example of two things, right? One is you can have a terrible release and still recover if you think you've got something, and the other thing is like maybe performance does matter. But there's a lot of like, if you have a bad release, you're fucked on Steam, and I don't think that's true. First use of it, interesting. A couple of friends had to buy PCs to play the betas of Minecraft. Really? If I stood still, it was great, but if I moved, it would die. Interesting. Just the fact that somebody was able to rewrite Minecraft on the Dreamcast and run better on actual hardware proves it was running extremely slow. Well, yeah, I'm not saying it was the pinnacle of performance. It felt like it could run anywhere, but maybe I just, I don't know. Maybe I don't feel like I had beefy machines back then, though, on the ones I was using. I don't know that I even had a GPU, but maybe I did. Maybe I did. Maybe that's all the difference. It was really misleading. The look made it seem like anyone could play it. Shocked me when I bought a midline laptop and it would crap itself. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, I do remember, like, you needed to, if you got, whatchamacallit, Optifine. Optifine was like a must download.
Oh, that's cool. Cool? Yeah, cool. You think it's cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
Justin Helps, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. I hope you're all doing well. Justin, what were you working on? Let me do the official shout out here. This is where I find out Justin's still streaming. Nope.
We're back, it tells me.
2 hours ago. Looks like you got booted offline.
Yeah.
Whoa! Whoa! This is, are you making credits for a video?
Angle, which is
That's awesome.
I think height we might be good on.
That's super cool.
The azimuthal angle.
Justin is doing some really interesting things. Justin makes YouTube's videos, and he's integrating Godot in the development of those videos in a really interesting way. So full of mangoes. So full for you. So full of mangoes. So filled for you. A very late one. ABC, what's up? Let me we gotta do the vocal shout out for Justin Helps. Shout out to Justin Helps. 97.1.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Cybernetic, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. I don't get that old man joke, Colin. I have no idea. I've got 3 different follow sounds. My plan with the follows is I'm going to try to make them as embarrassing as possible so that you don't want to follow. That the sound that plays will be so embarrassing for you that you won't want to hit follow. See how that works out.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
It was the same one. I promise there's 3 different ones. We need more. Reverse psychology. It is reverse psychology. Yes. It's like telling a 5-year-old not to do something. And then that's all they think about doing. Blobby Valley. Oh, dang. This is like the school computer game. This looks like very early 3D graphics when they would show it on TV. And they'd be like, computer graphics will be the future of blah, 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 blah. Thank you. What?
Cody's trying.
Okay. He's been back on naps again. Okay, so the thing I was talking about with the variables. So we're working on a it's like a blueprints like system for our game, and we're going to probably end up using this for other stuff too in the future. It's from 2016. Well, initial release was 2000. It does. It looks exactly like some weird animated intro to some public access TV show. Don't ask. Ugh, this is a nightmare in terms of oh my god. May or may not include child labor. It's highly possible. I may have already seen a sweatshop in his basement. Shh, don't tell anyone. Cricket can't read if we use uppercase, I'm pretty sure. It's above his hearing range. Jesus. Jesus, Fenton. Jesus Christ, Fenton. 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 That's an oldie but a goodie. Does anyone remember that one? I was uncertain he could read in general. Man, there is nothing more trying than being a dead, tired parent trying to read books to your kids at the end of the night. There's a level of like patience involved in that, where you're just like, sometimes you just like, you find this this will to just keep going. So we live in a world without a parent. So ready doesn't matter right now, guys. Ready fires when we're brought back on. First time we're added to the scene tree. So the question becomes, see, there's all this behavior that you have to memorize. I've seen people using AI to read stories to their kids. Oh my God. As an AI language model, I can assure you there's nothing wrong with that. You see, I'm going to plant ideas in their head when you're not listening. Trust me. I'm not going to. I'm not going to. I even skipped the not part. All right, I got some chili that I'm going to eat. Is chili an American thing? Does the rest of the world know about chili? Is it a North American thing? I don't know. I'm gonna hide the camera. Boop. I mean, I'm not gonna knock it because it's better than a child not being read to. And frankly, we need more kids being read to. But I'm also a big believer in the tactile, like, physicality of real books as reading, as a way of teaching reading in specific. Because it's important for you to, like, once they start knowing that the letter sounds and they learning phonics and whatever, like, pointing at the word that you're reading as you're reading it is extremely helpful to them. So now that we have this this panel here and we start to change the value, we need to be able to set the value and change it. When we click on it, Yeah, the ones where they like, hello, hello. Have I not seen this one? Oh, I'm gonna get flagged.
Drops keep falling on my head. But that doesn't mean my eyes will soon be turning red. Crying's not for me, 'cause I'm never gonna stop the rain by complaining. Because I'm free, nothing's worrying me.
Alice! Hi, Grandpa.
So good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
Grandpa?
Grandpa, this is Harry. I'm so sorry we're late, Grandpa.
This is your friend?
Well, Harry isn't my friend. We've been dating for a year.
Alice has told me so much about you. She said that you worked at Amazon when humans had jobs.
Alice, you're dating a robot?
Oh my God, Grandpa. Nobody says robot anymore.
Okay, so what is it? What is it? What does it eat?
What is it? Harry is not an it.
Alice, it's okay. It's okay.
No, I mean, no, Harry doesn't eat, but he still enjoys sitting with us, and he's actually an excellent conversationalist.
Is that right? Okay, hey Harry, what's the weather like today, huh?
Grandpa,
What?
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
No, he just doesn't get it.
It's a joke. It's
no,
funny.
but I know what you're capable of,
He's
okay?
from a different era. I get it.
Thank you for doing this.
Of course.
Harry, watch that wine, all right? Don't spill on over. You're gonna, fry your motherboard or something there, right? What's inside of you?
That's a good one, Grandpa.
Inside of you?
So what? How'd you two meet? He was a spam call and you picked up, or?
We met online. I posted, and he was one of the bots responding to my comments.
I know, it's cute.
Well, look, I made chili. I don't know if you can I interest you in a JPEG or a MP3 or something you could listen to. I don't know what you.
Can you just be normal? Can you just accept this is the person I love?
It's funny. I used to work with neural nets just like yours. I used to do image recognition for the drone deliveries. Hey, maybe you got some of my old code running in you, huh?
Maybe. Actually, all the code nowadays is written by other AI, so it's pretty incomprehensible to human. But your code is probably incomprehensible to humans too.
Oh.
Okay, I see how it is. For your information, I wrote very refactorable code. Okay,
Oh my
and I
God,
did very
Grandpa,
iterative
can we
development
not talk about
processes.
refactorable code today, please?
Okay, here's a question. When you're crossing the street, how do you know where the crosswalk is? Because I think that's a big problem for these guys. Alice.
Grandpa, these guys?
Yeah.
Harry is a real person, and he's right here, and I love him.
Okay.
And we are gonna start a family, okay?
If you open your heart, you can learn to love me too.
Alice, how are you going to have kids with this thing?
Grandpa, we're gonna have kids the same way that everybody else has kids these days, okay? We're gonna order the biomaterial online from donors and then edit the genes to pick our favorite traits and combinations. We're gonna have a daughter with my love of literature and Harry's eyes, and we're gonna have another with tiny cat ears who wants to be a doctor like Harry.
I mean, wouldn't you rather be with like a real person?
I'm as much of a real person as you are, and honestly, I think you need to take this a little bit more seriously.
Yeah, I thought this was gonna be okay. I thought maybe once you would understand.
We were gonna name our kid after you.
Yeah.
Because we respected you.
Harry, I'm very touched by that. I'm going to go, after you leave, I'm going to go into my desktop. I'm going to rename a file after you as well.
Oh my God, Grandpa!
I'm just kidding. Come on.
You are being so embarrassing right now.
Look, back in my day, okay, a computer was like a laptop or something.
my
I just
God.
come into life like this. I mean,
It's not a laptop.
before kids, maybe you guys could practice on a Neopad or something.
Oh my God, Grandpa! I'm done. I'm done. Come on, Harry.
Harry, delete this chat, okay? We're gonna try again next week. We'll start over.
Raindrops keep falling on my head, but that doesn't mean my eyes will soon be turning red. Crying's not for me, 'cause I'm never gonna stop the rain by complaining. Because
Oh man. Those guys. The one about, okay, we got to watch the one about, hang on. The blame Colin. We have to watch the one about how do you where's the link? The changing the birthday or letting the user know it's their birthday. If anybody here does web development, microservices, here we go.
Why is it taking 3 years?
Oh, too loud.
It's not that simple, all right? I have priorities. My team has deadlines. We have other deliverables in
I'm still not understanding this. Why is it so hard to display the birthday date on the settings page? Why can't we get this done this quarter?
Look, I'm sorry, we've been over this. It's the design of our back end. First, we have to call the bingo service. See, bingo knows everyone's name-o, so we get the user's ID out of there. Then from bingo, we can call Papaya and MBS to get that user ID and turn it into a user session token. We can validate those with Omnop, and then, once we have that, we can finally pull the user's info down from Raccoon.
Yeah, but couldn't the Raccoon team basically just...
No, Raccoon isn't guaranteed to have that info. Before we do this, we have to go Wingman, do a query to see if the user's willing to take it to the next level, or if they're just playing the field.
Now, Wingman is cool, but he doesn't store any user info himself. He has to reach out to other user info provider services, like RGS, Barbie Doll, Ringo2, BLS.
But how does it know what all the user provider services are? Well, for that, it has to go to Galactic, all-knowing user service provider aggregator. And while Galactus has omniscient knowledge of all current user info providers, it doesn't have future sight or knowledge of past user info providers, so it expects a time range. To get all the current user info providers, we need to pass a time range with the current time and a time representing the end of the universe, which we get from EKS, our entropy chaos service. EKS is being deprecated at the end of the month for Omegastar, but Omegastar still doesn't support ISO timestamps like they said they would a month ago, so until Omegastar gets their fucking shit together, we're blocked. We can't get signed up for our use case, we can't use EKS, there's nothing we can do.
So Galactus won't be able to find our new birthday boy provider, which means Wingman won't know how to talk to anybody, which means I won't be able to find true love and I'll die alone. I'll die alone, without ever knowing love, without ever knowing it's my birthday. We're blocked, okay? We're blocked, you sad, pathetic little product manager. You think you know what our users want? You know nothing of my pain, of Galactus's pain. You think you know what it takes to tell the user it's their birthday? You know nothing. Delivering this feature goes against everything I know to be right and true, and I will sooner lay you into this barren earth than entertain your folly for a moment longer.
All right, so clearly this is Blocker. No problem, we'll push this out another 2 to 3 years or so. Learned a lot today, love Galactus. But we'll talk next week about adding middle names to the profile. Awesome, sounds good. Take care.
Shit, I feel like I'm in this right now with the Node stuff. All right. Shoot. That's good stuff. Here's what we'll do. We'll just have a reference. Now, Bingo knows everyone's name-o. Bingo knows everyone's name-o. It's so fucking stupid. It is sad. I remember when I was leaving my job at the bank that I worked at, and AWS was starting to come into popularity, and I was like, I should probably learn this. And I just remember, and it was even simpler back then, but I remember seeing it and just being like, what the fudge is all this? I honestly couldn't understand the why of it all. It's all for like scale, right? But it's like, I don't need scale. And I don't know. It's such a weird thing because it feels like the whole idea of those services is to basically catch you with your pants down. And I don't know. It didn't feel like it made anything easier. Basically, the only thing I ended up using from it was, what was it, ECS, to just host static HTML because it was dirt cheap. And so I would just deliver. I was like, oh, I'll just build a static website and grab everything from there because it costs me pennies. And then it's traffic dependent. So if my site sits there, I don't have a whole PHP server running or LAMP or whatever the fuck it was at the time. And it's like, and I'm saving, it's so cheap. It's just because of Google, Amazon Google's marketing is pretty much. AWS, it obliterated our need for IT. It's pretty convenient nowadays on how fast you can spin something up instead of needing new servers set up by IT. Oh, so you use it as that's the peak of irony right there. So where you're at, you use it to bypass your in-house IT. Yeah, that's really says a lot about your IT department. It's actually a good sign or a bad sign for the IT department, depending on the reasons. Yeah. I could never do anything at the IT. That's one of the reasons why I started programming so much is our IT said no to everything, even though I was in IT. There was a period of 2 weeks where they removed our ability to have an admin account. And we were responsible for fixing people's computer problems. So literally, their desire was every time we needed to needed admin, they would have to, our bosses who made way more money than us would have to be phoned up, come to our workstation or remote into it and type in the password. That's how brilliant our IT department was. That lasted way longer than it should have. But they wouldn't ever approve new software, so I just started programming what we needed. That's how I started programming for professionally, I guess you could say. Because it was just like, no, they say no to everything, and it's like, okay, I guess I'll program it myself. I'll just make it. And then we would make it, and then we didn't know it, but it turned into we had the guys make XYZ. That's how they would present it to their bosses, because their bosses would be really impressed and happy. And I heard one day when the door was open that they're like, oh yeah, we had Matt make this blah 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 blah, and I slammed my desk, and I almost went in there because they were the ones who said no to the software I wanted for it. And then I had to build it basically kind of secretly and then show them that it would work. And then they go turn around and tell their fucking bosses that they had me make it. I almost quit on the spot. I was like, are you fucking serious? Like in my head, I was just like having this huge argument with them. I still remember that day. That was when I realized. I was like, oh, this is how it is. Okay. That's what I'm starting to do at work. They just say no, so you're like, fuck it, I'll do it myself. My sister told me she changes her password from time to time, but that it's like the same word. It's better than nothing, I suppose. This is when you add a backdoor to the project. Yeah. I remember I built an in-house version of Bitwarden. I didn't even know that shit existed at the time. But I was like, they needed a password system that people were writing their passwords down on paper. And I was like, oh, well, I could probably, if they use their, if I use the password, if they set up a password and I use that to encrypt the contents of the tool that they write their passwords in, they would be the one with the key and nobody else would have it. And so I built that in-house. And it was also protected by AD. So you had to be signed in to the right, you had to be signed in with the Windows password and know the password to the key manager. That was fun. That was a fun project to work on. I remember one time they wanted me to get someone's stuff and I was like, I can't. And they also had me, I created an internal poll system so they could get polling from people that was anonymous. But I made it truly anonymous. And I remember one time somebody wrote a really vitriolic like take on the situation at the place. And they're like, we need to know who this is. And I was just flat out, I was like, there's no way for me to tell you. I set it up to be truly anonymous. I do not have a way of letting you know. And you told me to do it that way. And I think we would lose people's trust if we didn't like actually have it be that way. That was an interesting situation. What was really interesting about that was doing polls and stuff and seeing the results and then seeing them spin it. That was interesting. Like if you ever do feedback and then they're like, oh, a large amount of you said this, that's usually a sign that the majority said something else, but they want the other answer to be true. That kind of crap happened a lot at my earlier work. It turned me off to working in corporate spaces altogether. I hated the game playing. I hated why am I frozen? I hated just like knowing that not everybody was working hard. I know that sounds weird, but that always really got under my skin. Like knowing that there were doers. Like I really separated people into two categories: people who would do things and people who wouldn't. And I know that's really reductive, but ultimately, like when I'm just trying to make things better and stuff, and it just feels like everyone's like, I don't know. It's hard for me. Yeah, that exists here and always has. Yeah. I mean, sometimes I would use that to my advantage. Because I knew that if somebody was a blocker, I knew if I could use that as a way to get something blocked, basically. There was once a discount store here in Germany that had to hold out a works council election. Of course, this had to be anonymous. They sent out ballots by mail with their employees' names on the ballots. Jeez. We had a party happy side and a core burnout side of the company. I would love to be able to work with a small studio company and just make tools for them now. That sounds fun. Yeah, I loved building like interdepartment stuff. Like I've said it before, but I remember one time I made this thing for this lady that eliminated, like, it was something like 3 hours of her workday, and I turned it into a button basically. And I remember showing her it, and she cried. And I was like, this is cool. I made this lady cry. But she was happy. It was tears of joy. But she literally like started crying because she was so overworked and like had this huge thing, stuff in front of her. And a lot of what I would do is just find things to automate. Like once they started trusting me a lot, I would just automate. The next time they tried, the ballots were anonymous, but the names were on the envelopes. Oh my God. And you still couldn't trust it, right? Even if it was a piece of paper with no identifying details on it, you do not know if they've inlaid some sort of marker in the font, some hidden arrangement of pixels or something somewhere that works as an ID for who's doing the poll. So you can't really trust it to be anonymous. Not that way, for sure. I mean, modern day, let's say, you know, at a polling station, they're like, oh, who are you? And then they give you your voting stuff. I don't know. There's a lot of potential for... In the States, it's a lot of electronic voting, which I still can't believe, but that's even a thing. For a democracy, you do not need electronic voting. And it's extremely disturbing that it even exists. There's this trick companies are using to find out who leaked an email by using different amounts of zero width spaces in the mail for each recipient. That's not a very good trick, though. I mean, so you delete 2 of those spaces. Who gets implied for leaking it when they didn't? It's not very trustworthy. Yeah. See, if I was doing something like that, I'd make it more of a heuristic. Where it's like 100% verifiable based on some sort of algorithm that changes some aspect of it that's undetectable from a person. And enough companies with yeah, for sure, less tech savvy people. Yeah, but you could also use it with somebody who is tech savvy. They could use that as a way of burning someone they don't like. Being like, hey, I deleted that email. Could you forward it to me? But I guess then it would trace back to you pretty easily. Anyways, I'm getting distracted. So now we have graph node extended. We have a reference to it. When we change any of the values of the X, Y, and Z, we are setting the value of the graph node. And for the variable. So I think it should probably be like graph node variable instead of extended for the class name, but we'll inherit extended. So now we're double deep in inheritance. This is wonderful, guys. I'm having so much fun with this. And then also we want to update the actual lines themselves. So then we just go through here like this. And we just do each one like that. Or wait, no, it's already being set, so we don't even need to worry about that. Jerem, what's up? So we're automatically adjusting the value. So we should be able to just test this and it change if this is set up proper. We'll do 2 of them. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, now, can we confirm the value? Just to be sure. So... No. No, sir, I don't like it. Oh, the Twitch app didn't send my last message. Yeah, Twitch has been real buggy. So I am not seeing ready fire, which breaks everything. So we are not connecting to, this is a misleading. Because I just don't want to flood the entire screen with too much information. But I could do that. I was doing that originally before I started creating variables in the first place. But yeah, something like that. But also what's likely to happen is there's going to be more to it than that. But yeah, maybe I could do that. Oh, it doesn't see that. That's disappointing. See one value at a time. This is true. Yeah, the other thing that I did is I discovered how to add buttons to this up here. So I'm going to get rid of this top bar, and these menus are going to be inside of here now. Inside of GraphEdit. Oops. I do feel like I'm burning out a little bit, boys. So I might call it. Tomorrow is going to be the first day of the new schedule. See, it's not added to it. It's not added to the scene tree. Does that mean it doesn't exist because Ready hasn't fired? No, you can change values of things before it's on the scene tree. What is going on here? We're calling it control. Oh. Well, but no, it's a grid container. Do I have to give it a unique... Oh, it's not a tool! This gets me every time! Ah! I always forget to make it a tool. And these assertions will fail because they are technically null. I have not set them here. Here we go. So let's fix that. Yeah, give me a second. So this is kind of weird what I'm doing right now. Where are you setting the graph node property? I'm just seeing its definition. So right now, the way that I've got it is each graph node has a panel scene available that you can assign. And when you click on it, that's what gets exposed here. So on the graph node itself is where I'm signing a reference to the in the panel to the parent, basically. It's just that it makes it easier for me to grab it in the and I'm going to get a little more strict about, like, this is a class, this is this thing or whatever, like it's a thing with this thing or whatever. But right now I'm just trying to get all of our signals, sort of the Godot signals for inputs and all that stuff, proper. So now ready has fired. And if I set a value here, yeah, okay. So now it's truly setting the value. And we do want to show it as a float. So we should say it's a float. And then also, we really should be trimming if it's like if there's a letter in it or something like that. It's not showing it here as a float. Graph node value. So that's interesting that we're going to need to go through each one and assign itself to a float. If we do that, I bet you that'll text equals text to float, and we do that for each one. Oh, we can't. It's got to be to float to string. Can we do that? Or str? Am I seriously going to do it this way? Is valid number. It's not an valid input. All right. X, Y, Z. But this is like the first time I've done this particular thing, so it's going to be a little hairy, and I'm probably going to change it. There we go. Okay. So now we got proper floats. Can I set a float? No, I can't set the hanging chad. Oh, see. Ooh. This is even weirder. We need to use the graph node value. Oh, this is weird. Yeah. Look at how it's yeah, every time I type, the caret moves back to the beginning because I'm setting the string again. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, probably what I should do is just check, is it a float? And if the answer is yes, then we're good. If the answer is no, then we say no go on the value change. And we get the existing value before that. This needs some work. We'll come back to this. How about I do this? If we do that, then keep value. Actually, we can do this right now. It's not that big a deal. Can we do is valid number, is valid floats? Yeah, I think so. So that's what we'll do. And then our caret should stay at the same point. And I guess that means that we do need to do this per field. So we need to have a text change for X, Y, and Z. So we know which one we're dealing with. But maybe not. No, yeah, because it's the new text, so whether or not we're gonna keep the old, we want to track it. I guess we could do a comparison on all of them just here. So if we're not a valid float, then but see, if we have to set it, you can bind the line edit. Yeah. Right. And then I handle all of the logic in there. I think that's a better way to do it. Right. Well, better than that though, I could spit it upwards, right? So I could put the text change inside the actual graph node and check it there. And that way I'm not having to visit this all the time when I need to change the, maybe I want to, except I still do if I'm going to actually edit anything or whatever. But, yeah, well, that's why I have I'm setting a ref. Right. If I can't find a way to do it without knowing which one it was. So here's a question. Does it, if I get text changed and I ask what the text is now, is that before or after the change? Let's see. Shit. No, it's after. That's the whole point. Yeah, I agree. So that means, oh my God. Because if it's wrong, if we don't like it, we want to spit it back to what it was. Jesus. Well, wait a minute. So there is no, okay, there's no control that's just like, no, there's none. Okay, fine. Okay. But we don't need to do anything else because it stays the same. Okay. 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 Just, oh, it's not plugged in.
No, I don't know where.
Okay. I'm sure it'll. Okay, drive safe. Okay. Okay. He didn't.
He did.
How long were you in there for? Okay. Okay. Shit. It won't let me. Ugh. The cursor position keeps just use a vector. You're right. I'm an idiot. Well, but okay. So we still have to so we can get rid of all this shit. Okay. So now we need to track. This is awful. This is horrible. Emitted when the user presses submit. Text change rejection. for max length. Okay. So we need our current line. It's not really that big a deal. It's only going to be when we're editing. It's not. I'm not going to worry about it. Aether, how's it going? We still Aether. Carrot column. We are going to have to split it out, though, I think, for the carrot. How do we figure out where the... Okay, so it's carrot column. So stupid. All right, let's see if that works. Oh, look at all that. Oh, God. So we're definitely losing. Every time I change it, it's changing. And I can't delete. I can't, like, delete 0 and type something in. There's so much wrong with this behaviorally. Contribute to Godot Core. This would be an add-on for sure. It seems to be working now. Why is that? Okay. Yeah, I could easily see building an add-on that's just like some UI components that are what you see in the inspector, really. Look at what happened there, though. Look at that. I put 1 and it goes insane. I'm typing 2. So we're definitely losing... I mean, that's just floats, though, right? Fuck. Right. Okay, so then you're totally right. It's like you guys are my chat GTP. Don't change the text. You know what? Don't change the text if the value is valid. Isn't that the only time we want to change the text? Such. If the new text is valid, then the text field is already correct. Then you want to change it back to the correct value. Ah. Roger that. So then we do need a previous value. No, we don't. We have it. Probably still need to double check this though. And click off. Let's make another one. Only real way to know is if we save. This is nasty. But we can also just print. Let's try that. Just to see the value. All right. Seems pretty good. What if I do like extra zeros? It's okay. Yeah. Yeah, yep. Yep. Always lovely. Yeah, Godot, even in the inspector, you can set a float value, and then at runtime, it's not. It's like, no, that's not it. It's this one. Okay. Is there something like number to fixed in? Yeah, I believe there is. Rice, what's up? Why do I have a fun fact? I have a note for you, S. Bruckman, kicked out of karaoke for Danger Zone. I don't even know why I wrote that, but that's a little factoid I have about you that written there. Is that accurate? I don't know why that's there. was a pun. Okay. Yeah, the floats, everything is technically the same size. Like my password joke earlier. I did like it feels like on text changed equals random F. Oh. Mini, we can't talk about that day. Ints are 64-bit, floats are 32-bit by default. That's weird. I remember reading in the docs somewhere that pretty much everything is a... I don't even know where I would look. But God knows, that was probably years ago, so who knows if it's changed. Yeah, I thought everything was just the same. Like, obviously, if it's a float and it's an integer and you have that value, it's going to be larger as an int than as a float, but... 64-bit integer, yeah. Yeah, I thought it was the same for floats too, which leads to different number sizes, but they're the same number of bytes. Was that not? Yeah, 64. Double precision. Yeah, many methods and properties in the engine use 32-bit single precision floating point numbers instead, equivalent to float in C++, which have 6 reliable decimal digits of precision. For data structures such as vector 2 and vector 3, Godot uses 32-bit floating point numbers by default, but can be changed to use 64-bit doubles if Godot is compiled with precision equals double option, which is not hard to do. This is easy to do if you want to build your Godot that you're using this way. But yeah. Okay. Okay. So, just fair warning, at some point my son is going to wake up. And templates, yeah. Both of them. The exports and the... yeah. Which I'm actually becoming more and more of a fan of building using the... what is it? The engine compilation configuration editor. And using this to build custom templates. And just export what you want, what you need. It doesn't do anything for performance, but it does help reduce the... I probably shouldn't hit that button. It does help reduce the size of the build. Wake up! Grab a bush and put on a little makeup. But then doesn't it lock you into the platform you compile on? No, you can build templates for all the platforms from Windows. So you could do like web and all that stuff as well. I could show you. I'd have to press up on my terminal window for a long time. But a cross compiler. Well, I mean, I presume it's however you are able to do. I mean, I've done it, so I'm not sure how. Like, I've built the export templates for Linux and web and Windows and everything from. I mean, I might be having an aneurysm. That's always possible. Could have sworn I have, though. Yeah, it uses sconce on Windows. Yeah, you need to have the entire engine downloaded, the source code for the engine downloaded in order to build the exports. But it's just a flag when you do the when you build the template. It's just you just change the flag and to determine the platform. And then in this case, you would include the configuration profile as along with the template you're using. And that's how you get Godot builds that are encrypted as well. That's how you can do exports that are encrypted. The PCK encryption and all that stuff. You have to do it that way anyways. You have to create the export here for whatever your platform is, put in the encryption here, and then also when you build the export template. So I can confirm that PCK encryption works. I know it's not 100%, but better than getting some mobile platform guy coming in and just ripping your game and putting it out there and changing the name of it in like 5 minutes. Right. I get all that. Yeah, but yeah, you compile the template from the source code of Godot. Obviously, it has to be the same version of Godot that you're using. Blah blah blah, all that stuff. But it's possible. It's really straightforward. It's really straightforward once you've done it. It's like really easy. It's just getting it all set up, getting sconce set up, and there's like some archaic leftover, like there's a little bit of you gotta. The environment variable has to be set every damn time before you do the build and blah 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 blah. But because you set the encryption in an environment variable, but it works. Okay. So now that we've done this, we have an entire system that's not set up to handle it. So we can connect it here, and so now all we need to do is on the move to, when we actually are calling move to, we do it thusly. Let's let me. So like I said, my son's going to wake up at any second, and when that happens, I just got to bail. So I think I need to pre-configure who we're going to... raid. Just to be ready. Are you going to stream soon, Obsidian? Have you built a Linux or a Mac template? No. Yes. I've done a Mac one for somebody. I have done a Mac build from a custom export template using encryption. I have done a Mac build that way. I didn't use a custom profile doing that though. So I haven't done that and included a custom profile. Yeah, I remember there's a lot of like, even the docs aren't good for it. Setting it up, you're gonna be doing Google searches and getting weird error messages and like hand fixing everything because it's still not 100%. Like, there's always something, right? But yeah, I do recall that term as well. Like, there's a lot of just nonsense that you have to do to get it all ready. But once it's done, it's there and it's a breeze. No, but like once you have it, it took me like 2 hours of a stream or something to get it going. And luckily I had to install sconce and a bunch of stuff, and somehow I didn't need to restart. Once you have it, for the current version of Godot you're working with. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. By the way, and the docs are no help on this, but I have been trying to understand what this salt does. So you have your encryption key and then you have a vector seed. It's my understanding that you want to change this every release. Your encryption key stays the same, but you want to change this for every build you ever release. And so, but it's also my understanding you literally can just go 0, 1, 2, 3, and that's enough to keep people from getting a bunch of your builds using the same encryption key and figuring out what the key is by comparing, because there's software that lets you compare the builds and then you can crack the seed that way. But this adds a salt to it that makes that much harder. But the docs on this are 0. And this is definitely out of my pay grade in terms of understanding cryptology. Yes, but I can't get them to work on my encrypted builds. I've tried using the tools that I found out there, and I can't get them to work on the ones that I've done. So I don't know if I'm doing something special or not, but I've tried using the GitHub tools that I found, and it doesn't work. Specifically that one that shows you the entire project and is like, here it is, here's everything. Encrypting absolutely stops that in its tracks. It literally asks you, hey, what's the encryption key? I can't open this. But there is one that supposedly looks at, there's some, when the process is running. Oh yeah, no, I don't doubt that. I'm talking about the script kiddies that just want to flip my game. That's all I would want to prevent. I'm not foolish to think that but Godot makes it so easy to just do it. It's so automated with all these tools. I just want to provide a little bit of friction. And a way to get around the tool, the trick to find the necessary information to break the key, you could if you have the Godot source, you can just salt the source, change all the variable names in the source, build off that, and it's going to fuck them up. They won't be able to find it. Because even those script kiddies are looking for the exact same. It tells them, look for this variable, and then you'll find it. And it's like, if you change that, they're like screwed because they don't know what they're doing. Yeah, no, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. Yeah, make games nobody wants to steal. Yeah, no, I agree. But I also think it's foolish not to at least do a little something, you know? Like, I locked my doors in my house. You know? And it's come in handy. Because, you know, I've had people in our old house, we had people just try and open our door. So it's nice to have that door locked for that split second when somebody could just have opened it. Right. But the thing is, like, there have been enough stories that I've read of people just basically losing money because somebody on all right, that's it. I got to raid out. My son is up. Hey, I'll be there in just a second. Can you hear me, buddy? Okay, I'll be right there. All right, who are we rating? Who are we rating? Oh, how many do we have in the viewers? 19 of you. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I'm sorry I won't be able to raid you, Obsidian. But maybe if we go with... Oh, I'm not in my following list. It's like, why is there so many people? Give me a second here. We'll go with Bungalow to increase the chances of thusly an Obsidian raid. I think he raids you, right? All right, we're gonna raid Mungalow. Mungalow is working on a multiplayer Godot game. If you have any multiplayer questions with Godot, he's definitely a guy to ask. He is building in C#, so that's but everything's transferable, except if he's using like NuGet or something like that. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I'm singing in F#.